Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Kay. It is good to have you with us as usual. Today is another unscheduled pop up, and I wanted to have some fun, so I would like to have fun with you. So, today, let's actually take a look at what we will be doing. So, as you can see, I have some scheduled planned runs in the Hitachi 800s. Um, I would say I have about five that I would like to try. They're not all long. So I'm pretty sure we can get them all in tonight. The first one is an on on track simulations scenario 9E09, leaving from Leeds to York. It's not that long, off of the Harrogate Loop DLC. The second one is a Hitachi test train that actually starts in Old Oak Common. We make our way to Paddington Station, and then we head to Hayes and Harlington. And that's off the Western Main Lines DLC. The next one is a Rugby to Stafford. That's actually a quick drive scenario because I couldn't find one for the 805, and we're using the Trent Valley for that one. We also have another run leaving from Leeds to Bradford Forster Square, and that's off the Leeds Northwest DLC. And then we hop into the Chat Moss and we do service NM36, leaving from Manchester Victoria to Lime Street in Liverpool. And we will finish it off with service 1B06, leaving from Bristol Parkway to Cardiff Central. Should be fun. As you can see, I actually have the game already loaded, so let's actually jump into it. Just gonna pause it. Good morning, driver. You joined one of the new flagship Class 802s just outside of Leeds at Whitehall Junction. You have been held here for services to clear the junction ahead. Once the road is clear, you may move on into Leeds Station. Your unit is all set, ready for you. Have an enjoyable trip. All right. And let's actually get this cab set up. Keys in. First is in forward with an AWS catch up. Acknowledge AWS. Signal's actually green, so I'm gonna pop the DRA off. Just gonna adjust my camera here. We will hop out actually and set up some cameras. Usually like my number 2 camera on this side. Number 5 camera looks as plain as always in this 800 series, but I like to see some of the window. Number 3 camera, always put on the inside. That way we can catch some traffic coming towards us. And I just want to make sure my lights are set up. Before we leave. Okay. Looks like we're actually ready to leave. All right, applying some power and taking off. Speed drops down to 25 as we make our way towards Leeds. One thing I have noticed, every time I do a scenario where Leeds is somewhere in the picture, I lose a lot of frame rate. So I'm just going to keep an eye out for that. So far, it doesn't look too bad. I don't know if it's because I cleared the cache before I started this. But we can get up to 25 here. I'm just going to apply some more power. And I have not played any of these scenarios. I did load them up earlier just to make sure that they actually worked. I'm pretty sure I'm missing some assets in a couple of these, but I don't care as long as my player train is working. We should be good. Drops down to 15 as we enter leads. And I am happy with the frame rate so far. It's a promising sign. And I believe we're going all the way down on this platform. As we see a 185 leaving. This is actually my first time playing on this DLC. Leads is in a couple of other DLCs, so wasn't really no need for me to play this DLC in the past, but just gonna get my ticker up. Guy over there rail fanning. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. And we're going to platform 8C. This is actually one of my favorite trains to drive in general. One of my favorites to make videos with. It's just something about having a full screen in front of you with a cool looking train that just makes me want to use it. But this is Leeds. Doors will be opening on the left. Get closer for the rail fan over here. That's pretty cool. Don't think I've ever noticed that before. All right, doors opening on the left. Get my big head off the screen. Looks like we're just heading to York. I'm actually gonna adjust the destination. Actually, it's already set for Newcastle. So, you know what? I'll leave it. That's totally fine. Yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, doors are closing soon. I'm going to set up for a flyaway. I really want to get this guy in a shot. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. That's cool. All right, doors are closed. 2 for the guard, but you don't hear it. And applying power. All right, line speed increases to 35 as soon as we clear the end, as we make our way to York. Almost forgot the vigilance. Speed increases to 45 in a second. And we can now get up to 45. "24 miles to York." As we make our way towards the East Coast Main Line. I will note, if you actually decide you want to try this route, the sky looked very, very bad. Like, it was totally trash. Right now, I am using the OTS weather enhancement on top of my AP weather, sky and weather. But because just the regular AP sky and weather didn't help either. But now this actually looks presentable. The sky was just gray, the clouds were just gray. It looked horrible. But I'm okay with this. And it's got a little haze on it. You know how I feel about the haze and the mist. I just think it helps it pop a little more. We can get up to 60 in a second as we pass the marker. And we get up to 60 here. Back off on the power a little bit. Full beans. I just love this unit. It's really a good train to stream as well as make a video for. Doesn't matter what the skin is. I always have fun driving this. $185. Just over 21 miles to York. So if you guys were here last night, I had a second run that I wanted to try to get in, but the first run was so long that we didn't even get close to finishing the first run. I actually have that second run that I wanted to do yesterday included in today's rundown. So we should be able to get a chance to get that run in today. Hey, Quartz, good to see you, buddy. Welcome back. We just actually started. This is the first run. We just left Leeds and we're heading to York. Hope all is well with you. We are in a Trans-Pennine Express livery. Actually, let's hop out and take a look at this bad boy. It's not the full skin. I believe it's a test train. Or a transitional. But it's actually one of my favorite trains to stream. And I haven't done it a lot lately. But today is actually Hitachi 800's day. So all the runs today will be on this specific set of trains, but different skins. It's part of the Hitachi 800 series. Like the Azuma, the Avanti West Coast 805. You have the Trans-Pennine Express version. I believe Hull has a version as well. I think we even hop in a white version today. Just all white. Yeah, I really do like this train. We drop down to 80 in a second. I actually wanted to do a run from Glasgow, but I couldn't find an actual scenario that was already built without having to put one together. I'm not in any building mood recently, so otherwise I would have put a scenario together myself. Line drops down to 80 with the gradients of 1.134. I just went a little bit lower. We get back up to 90 here. I have never actually did a run on this DLC, so this is all new to me. This actually looks pretty cool. I was thinking we were gonna connect to the East Coast main line, but I'm guessing that's a little bit more further down the road. As we make our way towards York. And a little over 13 miles. Looks a little plain. I'm gonna hop out. Oops. I have to watch my speed too. I'll leave it in step 1. Not really much around. Yes, the same signal routes apply to pretty much all the routes in the UK. So as long as you hear that ping and you don't get the lit up sunflower, which if I remember it's on right here. There it is right there. Everything should follow the same rules that we went over yesterday. Not really much scenery on this DLC. Yeah, trains, certain trains are going to have different sounds, but the object is still the same. Like, you're still going to hear an AWS ping, whether it's a bell or a horn, whatever it is, and you're still going to have a different sound, which lets you know about your warnings. This is the sound you want to hear. Just under 10 miles to York. Yeah, it's all the same principle. Okay, going full beans here. We can get up to 100. I tried not to pick too long of a route so we can get some variety in for today. This is probably one of the shorter ones. I do love that the cabs are pretty quiet with this unit. And that's the Vigilance. Not that this route is bad, but I almost rather just hit the ECML than go this way. It's just less scenery for me. a little over 6 miles to York. Um, I generally tend to slow down according to how fast I'm going. Um, if like say I know a route very well, I'll know how much time I have for my stopping pattern. But also seeing as this is a route I've never played before or have seen, I would probably be a little more cautious with my stopping pattern. But it also depends on the unit that you're driving. Like I know this unit pretty well, so I can start my stopping pattern a little bit later than I normally would with like say a 150. So it all depends on the route and the train that you're using, because some trains have good brakes, some trains have bad brakes. But as a general rule, you want to kind of be down to 30 a little bit right before you're at the platform, in that ballpark, just so you can have a little more wiggle room to play with your brakes if you need to. And you don't want to be like in your final notch of brake. I tend to want to keep it somewhere in the stage two, depending on how many brakes you have, how many levers and notches in your brake. I try to be in like notch number two, if it's like a 3-notch brake system. So it kind of all depends, and also how well you know the route. For me anyway, I can't speak for everybody else. There's the AWS warning me for the 60 that we're coming up on. So like right here, I'll start step one braking. So it's kind of a smooth transition down. Although we are coming up to York. So I'll kind of gauge it as I'm getting closer. And then I'll like probably jump into the next level of braking. But you never want to be in that last level of braking and you're still going too fast and you have no more room to correct yourself. So like I don't want to be too slow, so I'm going to actually back off on the braking a little bit as we get the warning for the 35. And there's a 35 board, the 30 board. Because if you brake too fast, you're gonna be going like a snail into the station. So you kind of have to gauge it, and that's where route knowledge comes in, to let you know how you feel about your braking pattern. So like right now, I'm just gonna coast in. Now that I'm under 35 miles an hour, and I don't have to worry about it till I get to the 30, which by then I'm gonna start braking anyway. So listen, I've gone past stations before. It happens to all of us. None of us are actual. Well, some of us are, but most of us are not actual train drivers, and we need to remember that it's just a game. So, but as you can see, I'm under 30 here, and we are approaching York. So the transition will just be nice and smooth for me. And as I get to the platform, I can gauge how much brake I want to add as I look for my stop markers, if there is any. But this is York. Doors will be opening on the right. And I do like the rail fan AI that I see on this. It's the first time I've seen it on an AI. So that gets bonus points for me with this DLC so far. But this is York. Just gonna go all the way down. Okay, doors opening on the right. I hear a train, I just don't know where it's at. I'm guessing it's on the other side there. I won't worry about it. Two for the guard. And I have no idea where we're going. There's no actual destination. So I'm going to assume once I reach this Nether Poppleton, the scenario is going to end. I do like this sky. What's going on there? Let's actually hop out before scenario ends. I'm gonna take a pic of that. I really do like this train. Alright, full beans here. Just under 2 miles to the Govia, which I'm assuming will end the scenario. 185 in a shed there. It's a decent DLC so far. I just wish it had more scenery back there. But other than that, I have no complaints. I do like the rail fanning AI sims. Actually quite refreshing to see new sims. I think the sims that we have on all the other routes are outdated. And I wish we could get new sims on all the routes. as we get closer to our destination. The screen. Great work, driver. This service will continue north towards Newcastle. Not bad, nice and quick. I don't know how I feel about the train still running when we end it, but it was actually pretty fun. So there you have the 9E09 service. Starting out in Liverpool, Lime Street to Newcastle, but we started in Leeds to York. Nice and quick. The next one we will actually jump into will be another test train, actually. This time it's on the Western Main Lines. And we will head out to Paddington and take a trip down to Hayes and Harlington. As you can see, another unbranded livery. Yes, quick drives. If it depends on if someone is actually let me turn this down a little bit. I'm sorry. Slow out. Quick drives actually depends on if someone actually made a quick drive scenario where you can have some AI trains on it. But most of them are just you on a track. And anybody who's actually been on my streams know I hate driving by myself. I feel like I'm alone, and I don't feel like it's realistic. So most of the time, I will not drive in quick drive. I do have a quick drive set up for today, but that's only because I actually saved a quick drive scenario that I made from probably a year or so back, and I never realized it was a quick drive scenario. So I'm taking advantage of that today. Okay, good morning, driver. Quite a special day today. We will be taking the first trip of Class 801 out of Paddington. There are a few remaining trains out on the line, so watch the signals, be careful, and depart for Paddington when ready. Upon arrival at Paddington, open the doors and allow some engineers to board. All right. And I just see this train sounds different than the last one. AWS, acknowledge that. And this train is really different. Actually, there's actually people on the train already. I just want to make sure my lights are on. There we go. I'll actually set it up once we get into Paddington. I'm just going to get moving here. All right, that sounds horrible. This is definitely a different version of train than we just drove. Like, even the clicking of me shifting through my notches sounds different. And also, it's a night run, which doesn't do too well for me. You don't really see too much in a night run. But we are in Old Oak Common, and we should be making our way towards Paddington as we try to make our way towards the Western Main Line. On an early morning run, as you see FGW HST. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and we are testing trains. Just under 2 miles to Paddington as we leave the yards in Old Oak Common, which will be where the new HS2 line will be stopping. And I honestly can't wait for that. I've been watching the progress online. I believe it's HS2 Limited is the name of the people on YouTube. Like they post the videos, keeps us up to date. Can't be mad at that. But it looks like we can get up to 80 here. Although there was no board to let me know that. And there's a warning for the 50. So I'll just get to 50 and hold. There's the board. This horn is horrible. Yeah, this must be the DGG version. Because all of my other trains do not sound like this. Thank God. Double yellows. I'm just gonna start braking here. Slight break in here. As we approach Paddington Station. Single yellow. I'm going to assume the next one is a red. Always assume. That's how you avoid spads. I'm at a speed that I'm comfortable with, that I feel like I can stop. As we diverge to the right here. Just gonna add a little more brake. And I can't see the signal yet. It looks red. Now it looks green. Yes, it's definitely green. Okay, and we should be diverging to the right. Yeah, night runs are not really the best streaming anyway. If it's just me playing, I don't care. You know, like it's for my own benefit. But if other people are watching it, they don't want to see dark stuff, honestly, because I know I don't. So. But we got another yellow here, and we should be clear to the platform. I'm just going to drop down a little bit more. Good for platform 3. Me personally, I like to approach the platforms around 15 miles an hour. There are some where platforms can be 25, but my rule of thumb is 15. Especially if it's not posted. Sometimes it's not posted. Like, I believe Birmingham New Street maybe 10. And depending on which way you come in, I don't think it's posted on one side. I think it's the side coming from London. But I haven't played that one in a while, so... this is Paddington Station. We will open the doors and switch ends, actually, and make a run to Hayes and Harlington. This station I'm very familiar with. I have actually rail fan from there. My last trip out on my way home to New York. Cool station. Got a good mix of fast trains and slow trains coming at you. And you can get really close to those fast trains with your camera at that station. That's another reason why I like that station. But this is Paddington. Doors opening on the right. That's the train I was supposed to use yesterday. But it wouldn't work for me, so I switched it. And we're back to the ugly Sims with the shit brown suits. Doors opening on the right. I need to actually shut this down, I believe. I'm going to put that in neutral. Headlights off. I'm going to switch ends here and get this side fired up. AWS. Vigilance, for some reason, does not want to follow. Headlights. And it looks like I am good to go. Actually, let's set the camera. I'm assuming this door is driver operated. Unless I'm missing something. This looks shitty. It's definitely looking Gen 1 here. Number 3 camera. Go back a little bit. You bought this on Just Trains? Well, this is what I was talking about before. Like, did you buy 2 of the same DLC? Alright, doors are closed. DRA is not on, so I am gonna apply some power here. All right, and we are off, heading to Hayes and Harlington. My honest opinion, personally, and I told you this the last time, I think the Just Trains version is better than the DTG version, depending on which one you got. Uh, but it's not a total loss if you got both of them, even if it's by accident, because as you build your library, some scenarios that you're gonna want to play are gonna require certain other DLCs. So it could help you in the long run. So don't think of it as you just wasted money, but just kind of think about in the future, the stuff you want to get, and then see if it's the same, pretty much the same one that you just got from like Dovetail and or Armstrong Powerhouse or Alan Thompson Sim or Just Trains. Those are the three most used websites to get stuff from. Then you have people like DP Sim, you have Major Whales, and you'll, as you start to play it more, you'll know who the major players are that you want to go get stuff from, who has what you're looking for, because you're still trying to find basically your identity, like what you're into, basically. Like I said before, me personally, I'm a guy who likes long runs, so I look for stuff where I can get long runs in, which is why I didn't hesitate when I bought the full Just Trains Western Mainline. That allowed me to do a 6-hour run. I just didn't want to do it yesterday, but I like doing long runs like that. I like making videos like that. So some people like stopping services, so you might want to find a DLC with some good stopping services on it, lots of stations. Some people like freight. You want to go and find some good, DLCs where you can run freight on, or that has a specific local that you're looking for. So it all depends on the type of person you are or you want to be, basically. And this is your figure it out stage right here. So I wouldn't just go willy-nilly and buy everything, because everything might not be for you. So that's another thing you can take into account. Me personally, because I stream, I try to get as much stuff as I can, just so I can make sure I have content. I look at myself as a provider. People want to see certain things. I can always say, yeah, I got that. No big deal. All right, we can get up to 100 here. As we take this test train. Thank God it's a test train because it sounds like crap. To Hayes and Harlington. In the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning. Those are some good picks. Yeah, the Hudson, the New York Hudson one is pretty good. It's actually one of my personal favorites. New Haven is pretty good. And again, if you get them on a Steam sale, it's even better. Because sometimes they're like $6 or yeah, it's dollars for you. You're in America. So yeah, if you pick them up on a Steam sale, it doesn't hurt anybody, you know. We can get up to 125 here. And I have all the German roots as well that I picked up on Steam sale, so. But those are good roots. Which just trains Western Mainland you got? Actually, you got them all. Okay, so it looks like you have the complete collection there. Yeah, it looks like you have the complete collection. So it should all just be one big route for you. Because that's how it is for me. So if you wanted to, you could just, yeah, it's all one whole route. Okay, so if you wanted to, you could do a full run from Paddington to Penzance in 6 hours straight without hopping in. That is one of the coolest things you will ever have for you if you're into long routes. I actually love mine. It was what we did yesterday, actually. That whole 4-hour run was one long route. Coming up on Hayes and Harlington. I'm going to start braking now. Yeah, I've done a 6-hour run recently. From Paddington to Penzance in the Night Sleeper. I'm going to add a little more brake here because this thing is not slowing down. Yeah, I would assume so. Coming up on Hayes and Harlington, where we will turn around again and head back to Paddington. Wow, this horn is trash. This is Hayes and Harlington. Doors should be opening on the right. And this is way too long for this station, but good job, driver. We now need to change cab ends and return back to Paddington. We shall be driving back along the down main until Southall. Great. Okay. Let me shut this down. Pop her at neutral. Turn those off, and we will switch ends again. Control plus. Get the lights on because it's dark. I like that one better. I don't know if that's the right one, but oh, I actually put this back and forward. Adjust my camera here, and we're off. Steam sales are great. If you can manage to wait for a Steam sale, you can totally rack up on stuff that you want to buy. It's how we've all built our collection, and if anybody tells you otherwise, they're lying. You know, everybody can't afford to spend $30 or pounds on a route all the time. So yeah, those Steam sales comes in handy. I will sometimes put them on my wish list, so when the sale comes, it actually reminds me that I have this on my wish list and there's a sale, and then I can just put them all into my cart and purchase them for a fraction of the price. You have the same thing with Armstrong Powerhouse. They have sales too. Just Trains have sales as well. I don't think Alan Thompson has sales, but if you have a subscription, you pretty much get a discount on anything you pay for anyway. So that's not bad. Dropping down to 70 here. As I believe we will be diverging to the left. There we go. Paddington is next in just under 9 miles. And we are back on the right track now. Full beans here. We can get up to 125. Yeah, this specifically is why I don't like streaming at night. It's also the reason why half of my Train Sim World scenarios or timetables are done, because the night ones I won't touch. But yeah, those DLCs are a good starting point. I would say get as much use out of them as you can, and then when you're ready, you can look out for some more stuff. Yeah, 125. Yeah. And I don't even think that's the fastest. I think the Javelin may go faster. And that's on the Southeastern High Speed. It's the one in front of 100. Yeah, these things are built for that, man. These trains specifically, I believe, are bi-mode. Like, they can go diesel to electric. But just remember, you want to hear those pings, you know. if you hear the buzz, that means you have to react to something. But if you're paying attention, you know what the reaction is for. So that's where root knowledge comes in, or in this case, the HUD. The HUD will give you some type of heads up. It could be a track change. It can be double yellow. All depends. But we're a little over 3 miles to Paddington. Warning for the 50. We just passed the warning board. If you know what you look for, you shouldn't get stuck. Like that AWS comes off, you acknowledge it, and then you see a triangle with numbers on it. It's pretty much the warning for whatever that speed is. So that warning board was for my 50 that's coming up, and I'm adjusting my braking accordingly. So the triangle boards with the numbers are pretty much the warning boards, and the round circular ones we just hit are the actual boards that you need to be at, or under, I should say, before you hit it. Just under 2 miles to Paddington. As we drop down to 40 here. There's the warning board. Yeah, that's because Paddington is pretty much, you get your city lights, you know? Yeah, you get your city lights, your London area city lights, so it's gonna be lit up a little bit better than if you go a little further out. Yeah, the closer to the city, the better for lighting. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I just don't like this DTG version of this train. Alright, single yellow, but we're good to the platform. I'm just gonna come down to 25 and kind of eyeball my speed coming in. This is Paddington. Doors opening on the left. And we will check where we're going next. as we come into Paddington. Yeah, there's a whole big community for Dutch content. There are some people actually on on Twitch who just do nothing but Dutch content. I have a couple of roots myself, but I haven't really dabbled into that neck of the woods. Doors opening on the left. I'm going back in the cab. Okay, where are we going next? Oh, never mind, he did it for me. Well done, driver. A good run so far. However, the techs found a fault while we were running into the station and want us to return to the depot, change ends, and take it back to the train back. Okay, I thought we were done here. Oh, I guess not. All right, let me turn these lights off and return to Old Oak Common. We will put this back in neutral and control plus and put this back into forward. There we go. Put some lights on and head back to Heathrow Express Terminal 6. Okay, I doubt we're going there, but okay. Just a lot of reversing on this run. Yeah, we're not going to Heathrow. I can guarantee you that. It's no way we're going there. I don't even think it's modeled on the map. We're going back to Old Common most likely. We're definitely not going to Heathrow. Next, it looks like we are hopping on the quick drive scenario in the 805. Going from Rugby to Stafford on the Trent Valley DLC, West Coast Main Line. Which is, I believe, one of my old scenarios that kind of... It was actually before I actually understood what I was doing. And I created a scenario in quick drive mode instead of scenario mode. So I'm actually glad I did that because I can use it again right now. So I'm actually speeding here. Let me come down a little bit. And we can get up to 50 now, but I don't think we can get up to 50. Nope. Yeah, we can get up to 50. Man, this one gets away from me quick. Alright, divergence to the right here. Drop it down to 15. Heading back to Old Oak Common, most likely. my red. I don't like I can't turn this instrument light on. I've tried. I think it might be a separate key, or it doesn't work on this DTG version. And there's nothing on the screen either. It just feels weird to me. GSMR definitely doesn't work. I won't worry about it. We're about to finish this run right here. Okay, diverting to the right. Um, well, according to you'll see a marker, and it'll tell you, you know, what turn you're making, and that is what that speed is. Usually, you'll see it out on the main lines a lot, for like specific areas. You can't go faster than a certain amount of speed. So this one will tell you that you need to be at 15, which it did. Some some of the turns are a lot higher speed. So you either need to know the route or just pay attention to the signs. For this one in particular, it's 15, but not all of them are going to be 15 miles an hour. You just need to pay attention to the signs. All right, taking her all the way up to the bumper. All right, and that should be it. got some dancing going on over there. We shall let the techs do their thing and have a break while we wait. What are we waiting for? I'm not waiting for anything. Get me out of here. All right, and that was an old DTG version of the 801 on the Western Main Line. I don't know why this always pops up for me. I gotta have something incomplete somewhere. But we are jumping into, what did I say next? Oh, quick drive. Yes, that's where we are jumping to next. There we go. Don't know why I was freaking out. So as you can see, I have already set up rugby to Stafford, and I picked an early morning time for us to do this, and I've grown quite fond of spring scenarios. Unfortunately, I cannot add any Armstrong Powerhouse to a quick drive scenario, so we're gonna have to use regular is this a Just Trains? Yeah, I think it's Just Trains. Regular Just Trains clouds here, so we'll hop into this now. And you can look at me all you want, buddy. I am not buying you. And I've also found out your name is Percy. I'm not buying you either, so don't look at me. And Sodor is a make-believe place, but I didn't know that until I looked it up. All right, so now we're back in a good actual train. And let's get the cab set up. Keys in. We'll acknowledge that. Alarm. And we'll acknowledge
EWS and
AWS. Headlights. Actually, we don't have to open the doors because this is a quick drive scenario. Just let me set that up right there. We can actually get started and moving. Do I have the light here? It looks like I do. Don't have to set up GSMR. Let's actually get moving here. All right, applying some power here. We can get up to 75. When I first got this DLC, acknowledge the yellow, divergence to the left. This DLC was really good when I first got it. I might have played this more than anything. So it was really fun for me to actually learn how to create a scenario on this. I believe when I created the scenario, before I actually learned that about scenarios, and I did it on Quick Drive instead of actually in the scenarios category. I believe it was my full West Coast mainline run. So originally this was in a 390 from London, Euston, all the way up to Glasgow. It was really fun. It was a learning experience, and obviously I've gotten a little bit better at it, but there's still things I need to learn, and there's still things I want to learn actually. Hopefully my next scenario, I mean, I have two of them that I just never even put out on Train Sim Community, just sitting in my computer, and I want to get it out, and they're American roots, and I think I've mentioned this before. I want to add announcements to the actual scenario, so that's what I'm working on now. I've been watching I've been watching this video on repeat as we pass through a neutral zone here. I know it does it for me, but I don't know. I don't want Plums to yell at me. I want to learn how to do it, so I've been watching James' class video on repeat just to try to instill it in my brain on how to do it off of muscle memory, on how to actually load audio into a scenario. So hopefully I can get that done pretty soon, and I can get those other two out. I don't know what he's probably sleeping, man. I had him up till 6 in the morning yesterday. So I'm not surprised he's not here. It's really late over there in the UK. So I appreciate everybody else who's here. I know there's some people lurking, but I appreciate everyone who's in here. But hopefully I can get that out pretty soon. I just need to play with it a little bit. We can get up to 125 here. Actually, no, we can't because we're not tilt access. I believe we're 110. I didn't see what the board said, but I'm assuming it's 110. And that's another thing. Courts, some routes have double numbers on them. The top is for a certain category of train, and the bottom is for another certain category of train. Trains that can tilt are usually the lower number on the boards because they have tasks. And that's like, you know, your Pendolinos. Is the Voyager one of them? The Voyager tilts. And the trains that can't have to stick to the trains. Yeah, like they have to stick to the trains that can't tilt their speed. So a good majority of the speeds are like 110 on here. It's just one DRS engine. So I'm actually going to try to stick to that, even though it says I can do 125. Yeah, like we just passed one of the markers there. It says 110. So I'm just going to come down a little bit. Also, this train has it has a speed, you know, so you can lock it in. For me, I usually don't like it on, and people always ask me to put it on. I don't like it, so I never turn it on. But that's also another function you can use if you don't want to just actually pay attention. But I'd rather just pay attention. Oh, did I put the vigilance on? I did not. It's on now. I've been forgetting out a lot lately. I don't know why. But next stop is Stafford. Going express to Stafford. Next run, we are back in Leeds, heading to Bradford Foster Square. And then we're in Manchester, leaving from Victoria, heading to Lime Street. So we should see a good variety of different skins. I'm actually going to hop out so we can see this one. fancy West Coast livery skin. Gotta bring the audio down a little bit. There we go. We'll get a little closer here. We'll flick a pick. Yeah, I'm not too crazy about the sky here. After downloading Armstrong Powerhouse, you kind of get spoiled because it's definitely not an Armstrong Powerhouse sky. It doesn't disable. It's just not enabled. Yeah, so it's default. It's basically default. Just realized I never set that up. Yes, when we use the Armstrong Powerhouse anything, it's because we enable it. We tick the box in the scenario mode. Double yellow. Drop it down to 40 here. Wow, that's a drastic. I'm not sure if I'm going to hit that mark, but we will try. I'll bring the game audio up a little bit. Outside is just too loud. As we hit a neutral zone, it's another good thing about this unit. Acknowledge yellow. Oh, damn it. And that's actually what I mean, Quartz. I tripped it into emergency because I went all the way max on my brake, which gave me no wiggle room. So you wanna be conscious of that as well. Yeah, you wanna be conscious of that as well. As we pass through Nuneaton, I honestly agree with you. I wish they made a whole MTA system as well. Or someone. It doesn't have to be DTG. It can be anybody. Have you ever heard of a game called World of Subways 4? I actually did a video on that as well. And that is the number 7 train in New York City. I did the whole line from Midtown Manhattan all the way out to Queens. It's really good. It's a little old school. I think it was made in like 2015. But it's the closest thing we have to any type of subway DLC. It's the trains are not that new, but I'm a big fan of nostalgia anyway. So I remember taking that train because I'm from New York. taking that train out to Queens to watch the Mets play. So I had nothing but nostalgic memories playing that game. But I definitely would recommend that to anybody if you want to play any New York subway line trains. I wish they continued the series and did some more, but I don't know. DTG's got their foot on the throat of this market, basically. It doesn't mean I'm gonna just buy everything that they, try to sell us, but I recently saw uh, another train sim called Open Rail, so I may look into that as well. I've seen Open BVE. There are some good videos out there as well. It's just missing. It's missing something to me from being great. It's just missing one small thing. But there are other simulations out there that you can play. You don't always have to play Dovetail products. I have some other sims as well that I dabble into every once in a while. I just happen to like playing Train Sim Classic a lot, so this is what I play the most. But at least now my background matches the actual cab of the train I'm in. This is this is the cab of the 805, which is pretty cool. So we passed by at 350. Drop it down to 60 here. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of the videos like that. I've seen a bunch of them. There are a couple that are really good. Like they even have like announcements on them, like an actual New York City train. And it sounds pretty good. Like being a New Yorker, it sounds pretty good to me. Um, I've also seen a Roblox version, which I didn't even know was a thing. And we get up to 75. As soon as the back of the train clears. There we go. I haven't seen any Pendolinos pass by. Could this actually be my quick drive? I thought I had some freight on here as well. Either way, as long as it's not just me on the track, I'm fine. That's it. We've gotten through 3 scenarios in less than 2 hours. That's pretty good. It means I'm not up to 1 o'clock in the morning tonight. Got about a half an hour in this. Then we're hopping into Manchester, heading out to Liverpool. That's probably another 45, maybe a little bit longer. And then we're in the Airedale, Wharfdale area. That's pretty quick. Speaking of, it's like you read my mind, Streamlabs. Thank you. I can just look at this instead of guessing. Bradford Foster Square, Manchester Victoria, and then Bristol Parkway to Cardiff. Cool, thank you, Streamlabs. Now go away. Approaching Polesworth. So this is one of 2 ways up to Crewe, basically, on Train Sim World. The other way is if you went through Birmingham, which is on the West Coast Mainline South DLC. Which was the actual first DLC I ever bought for this game. And I remember just doing that full run out to Birmingham. And then I got this DLC and I was like, this is even cooler. I'm actually going to hop out here. Let me turn this down a little bit. I know it's going to be loud. There we go. Save the ears. Not much to look at, but the views that we got on the Buxton Peak Forest was really good. I love it. It's probably the best views I've had hopping out of a train. So this one not so much. I mean, it's not bad, but I caught that in time. Turn this up a little bit. God, these headphones sit right on my glasses. It hurts my ears. It's funny because I actually want to look this way because my other computer is over here and it's got the bigger monitor, which is the actual game computer. But I'm trying not to be rude because the camera is actually right there, and if I do that, I didn't want my camera to adjust. So I'm trying not to be rude, and I'm looking at the smaller monitor. But when you're actually blind, I almost just want to just look the other way like that. So forgive me if sometimes I'm looking that way because that's where the bigger monitor is. And I don't know, like we hit a neutral zone here, and I don't know if you actually seen that last speedboard but it said 95 or 90, one of them, and then it said 110. So like even though the line speed says 110 down here, like this one right here, it says 125, 110. The most I can do is 110. So I can only go up to 110 if I'm sticking to the actual line speed, which I know a lot of people will get mad if you don't. So my maximum speed is 110 because I can't tilt. If I was in a Pendolino, yes, I could actually do 125. It's why the Pendolino is one of my favorite trains out here. And the Acela train is my favorite train in America. And I've actually been on it a couple of times. I fucking love it. And the ICE3 is my favorite in Germany. For what? Just trains? If you're talking just trains, they pretty much have the same version as the DTG. It just looks better. You can connect them. You just can't play them continuously like if you had the Just Trains pack. So just keep that in mind. But like if you had the Western Main Lines portion from like Paddington to wherever it goes to, and then you had the continuation from Just Trains pack, where they connect, you could do that, but you can't do it in one sitting. You would have to jump out and into the other one, but they will connect, just not continuously, and they might look slightly different too because one's a lot older than the other too. So that's why I say get the Just Trains pack, because it's a little more up to date, and sometimes they may even update their packs, which I don't think DTG will even think about doing. So just keep that in mind as well. Actually, I need to slow down here because I'm going too fast. Whereas if I had the speed set on, it wouldn't have done that, but I don't, so. Passing Litchfield in a second, where you would find it on the Birmingham Cross City DLC. You don't have to disable it. You can keep it in your library. But if you want to save space, you can disable it. Yeah, I keep everything in my library. I'm assuming you're playing on computer. I just added 2 terabyte worth of storage, so it doesn't affect me if I keep it on my computer. Yeah, I put 2 terabytes worth of storage extra in my gaming computer, so that gives it some more room. But if you don't have the space, you can take it off. It's still in your library. It's just not on your computer. "15 miles to Stafford." And thank God we're in the better version of this train. Yeah, that older version, this looked totally different. And also, when I made adjustments, you heard clicking. You don't hear clicking when I make my little moves on this. I can also adjust a lot more on this one. Like I can adjust my instrument lights, which I couldn't do on the other one. I don't think the TPWS AWS lit up over here on the other one. And I actually don't think it actually talked when I acknowledged my AWS. And actually the ping sound different as well too. I believe this is an Armstrong Powerhouse. It's either Armstrong Powerhouse or ATS. I think it's Armstrong Powerhouse. I'm pretty sure it's Armstrong Powerhouse. Yeah, you could keep both versions. It'll just when you're actually picking a route to play, it'll just show up in that list. But you can choose to pick your Just Trains version. Neutral zone coming up. I don't want plums yelling at me. We keep passing 350s. I haven't seen one 390 yet. Or freight. I'm seeing engines, but no actual freight. We have a universal 110, so 110 is the line speed right now. Another 350 and some freight. Cool. DRX engine. Line speed drops to 90 here. check on the non-passengers. I really don't understand why there is no one in the seats. Acknowledge that. Like, they could have put some people in the seats here. Shugbra Tunnel. Wow, that is a name. Shugbra. Shugbara. Gonna hop out in a second. Just under 4 miles to Stafford. Let's get some fresh air. Not much to see. We are on approach to Stafford. Line speed drops down to 85 here. I'm just going to gradually keep going down. You don't want to come in too hot. Just find a good control speed that you can work with. And as you get closer, just drop some more. Double yellow. Single yellow, divergent to the left. 25 miles. This is Stafford. Doors opening on the left. I'm a little upset that we didn't see any 390s. It's the warning for the red. But we're stopping here anyway. All right, going to the 10 car marker. There we go. All right, doors opening on the left. Get myself off the screen here. And doors are open. Well done, you have reached the end of this quick drive scenario. Why, thank you so much. Let's actually hop into the rundown. So we are actually on this one. So we've started off on the leads to York off of the Harrogate Loop DLC. Then we hopped in a test train with the old DTG version of the 801, which is a horrible version and it should never be played again, at least on my streams. And the Western Main Line, we did a run from Old Oak Common to Paddington to Hayes and Harlington, back to Paddington, back to Old Oak Common. And then we were in Quick Drive from Rugby to Stafford. And now we will be heading back up to Leeds, heading to Bradford Forster? Bradford Forster Square? Yes, Bradford Forster Square. That's what it's called. And that's in the Azuma. And that's off the Leeds Northwest DLC. I think it's Airedale, Wharfdale. And then we're heading back to Manchester, Victoria on a Chat Moss, heading out to Liverpool, followed by the South Wales DLC, Bristol Parkway to Cardiff Central in a GWR livery. So we still have some good stuff to do, and I'm just glad you guys are here with me, and we're all having fun. So that's the rundown. Let's get this off the screen as well. But enough for me. Let's actually hop back into the game. As you can see, I started loading it up already, and we'll actually go full with this. Hopefully, there's no crashes. As I adjust my headphones, it's hurting my ears. There we go. You can look at me all you want, Thomas. I just hope this doesn't dump on me. And that's another thing. When are they going to change these? These have been up for like 4 months. This image is just horrible. No sky. This looks like shit. This one's decent, but again, when are they going to change these? Well, up to that. I knew there was some that I didn't have, so. Good evening, driver. Open doors to allow passengers to board, then prepare for the 1900 departure. To assist, make sure to consult the briefing before you depart. All right, let's put the key in. Acknowledge that alarm. Acknowledge that alarm.
PWS and AWS operational.
Green signal. Get the doors open. On the left. HUD's back on. Let's look at our cameras. As you can see, we're in the Azuma. So it is your turn. Headlights are good. We'll set you up there as we watch the 185 leave. Slightly adjust this, even though there's no one in the fucking cab. Number 3 camera. I'm just gonna pull it back a little bit. I don't know why it's so close. I'm cool with that. Let's look at the briefing. Actually, can I? Guess not. Let me see. Nope, still can't. All right, let's get the vigilance on. And it looks like we have some time before we actually leave. So I'm just going to pop this into neutral. So the vigilance doesn't go off. Let's actually hop outside and look at traffic. If there is any. Plenty of trains in Leeds. Looks like we're carrying 10 over there. You got a northern service over here. TPE over there. Another Azuma over there. Some northern 323 over here. 333. One service leaving. Really wish I could play with this. It's pretty cool looking. So that time, actually, let me look at this briefing. On a hazy July evening, I can't really see it. You've taken over this London King's Cross to Bradford Forster Square service here at Leeds. Taking a train through to its destination, you'll call at Shipley. You're due into Bradford at 1928. All right. I'm actually going to put this back into forward.
TPWS and AWS operational.
All right, we'll be departing soon. Yeah, I can guarantee you it doesn't look like that in real life. Sometimes I just want some nice station clutter. You know, just to make it look a little more realistic. Okay, doors are closed. And applying power. I believe we're 25 leaving here. 15 to 25. Actually, let me make sure I don't... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Keep shortchanging me on my horn. No, I was speeding. I was trying to avoid that. All right, just over 10 miles to Shipley. Got a yellow coming up. I'm assuming we're chasing yellows from the train that left before us. Green now. Never mind. As we get up to 50 here, I'm gonna gradually get up here because we're most likely chasing yellows. I see a yellow down there. Yeah, it don't make sense to go full beans here. Just gonna come down even more. Just hoping these lights fall into green before I get to them. I don't think I've ever had a run leaving leads on this DLC where I have not been chasing yellows to get to my destination. It's almost like they need to space it out a little more. The departure times between trains. Like if you space it out at least 1 minute longer, it could probably help drastically with these yellows. But hopefully we're all caught up with the greens. I will slowly monitor my speed, just so I don't have to keep playing with the AWS. As we hit a neutral zone. Yeah, no, this map is really well put together. I don't know if you have this one, but this is off of Alan Thompson's website by Max Tracks. It's pretty good. This is one of the more modern DLCs that's come out recently. It's really well put together. I think he's done a good job with it. There are also some freight scenarios off of this DLC as well, but I'm not that big into freight, but I do want to try them. Yeah, ATS has got a lot of good stuff. Like, if you want, I can give you a list of all the good stuff. I don't know if you're on my Discord, but I can put a list together for you on my Discord, and you can just like check them out if you want to. I can give you some of the free ones. I can give you some of the paid ones that I think are worth it. And you don't have to get the pay ones right away. Like, you can wait for a Steam sale or a website sale, which is when I picked up a lot of my Armstrong Powerhouse stuff. So I'm pretty much caught up with Armstrong Powerhouse after their last sale. And then it's just when they come out with new stuff, I'll just keep adding it. But just because you have, or you think you have all the stuff from like Armstrong Powerhouse, As you can see, I still get like pop-up boxes before a scenario saying I'm missing something. Um, so I mean, it's gonna happen. Sometimes it's just that I didn't put the branding patch on some of the items, which I can't understand why it's not an option when you actually download it. Like you have to go back to the original page and actually add the branding patch. And sometimes I forget. Like if I'm downloading a whole bunch of um, DLCs, whether it's a route or a train, I'm not always gonna remember. Oh my god, I gotta go back and get the branding patch. But if I'm actually setting up a scenario and it says I need a certain thing, I will go back to Armstrong Powerhouse and make sure I have the branding patch on it. Sometimes that's all it is, just a branding patch. So another yellow coming up here. I'm not even doing the full 90. That's green now. A little bit over 4 miles to Shipley. On what looks like a summer day. Neutral zone. Double yellow. Yeah, I don't know why. I just had it fixed. I just had it fixed. So I got to look into that. It's supposed to work. It was working Sunday, and that didn't even last a day. A little over, a little under 3 miles to Shipley. I'm gonna take a look at it in a minute. I'm just gonna reduce my speed because it's gonna keep going yellow. That was a single yellow, so I'm just gonna come down even more. Yeah, we'll do 40. Alright, I'm actually hopping on Discord right now. Let's see if I can fix this. Just under 2 miles to Shipley. I'm gonna see if I can get a link real quick to share. Acknowledge. Single yellow. Down to 30. All right, I actually have a new link, so I'm going to put it in the chat. And that looks like a red. So as you can see, that red is clear as day. I'm just going to casually coast to it, hoping that it changes by the time we get there. If not, we have to pop the DRA on because it's a red signal. Acknowledge, I see the red. Casually just dropping down. We'll stop in front of it so we don't spad. I want to get a little bit closer, hoping it changes. DRA is on. And there's a Discord link. All right, signal's yellow now. We can get moving. I love the horn on the Suzuma. It's a little more beefier than the other ones. But as you can see, we are diverging to the left. At 30 miles an hour, coming up. Just gonna coast into the station from here. Is that Daffy Duck? All right, this is Shipley. Strangely, doors are opening on the right. Acknowledge. Trying to get all cars on the platform, which I cannot do. All right, DRA is on. Doors are open. I'm going to take a look at how bad this is. Yeah. Not my fault. For safety reasons, I would like to close you. But I can't, so... Oh, the Linux Penguin. I forgot about that dude. Alright, it's bothering me that this whole train's not on the track. And I don't have selective door opening. Vigilance. Looks like we got at least another 2 minutes. For some reason, we are even earlier than we should have been. That's weird. Alright, well, let's actually get some scenery. As we look at this triangle station, look at that. A station on this side, station over there. It's actually pretty cool. I guess depending on which way you go. It's vigilance, man. Who's leaving? It's not me. Oh, it's a train coming in. That's probably why we're waiting, because it crossed in front of us. I wish I knew that. I would have stayed in the cab so we could see it. Are you stopping? Let's go inside. Looks pretty good. It's an AI train, though. I don't think we could drive this. But it looks pretty good. This damn vigilance. This lady. She's got a date. Let's watch it leave. Ugh. I don't feel like getting stuck, so I'm just gonna redo this.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Say, Clinton, what's up, buddy? Right on time. 2 for the guard. Yellow. Okay. Popping a DRA. And we're off. 20 miles here. Next stop is Bradford Foster Square. I mean, that station was pretty cool looking. You would never see a station like that in America. I just don't think we're that skilled enough to build something like that. It was pretty cool looking. We can get up to 50 here. Next and last stop is Bradford Foster Square, and a little over 2 miles. I'm actually going to change the social Discord link. So it should be better now. Which I'm probably just gonna have to change it every week. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's the new link right there. For now, anyway. Hopefully, it doesn't change. I set it to never change, and it changed the next day. Like, what the hell? I guess that's just something I'm gonna have to do every time. Along with everything else, I have to change per stream. I love the modern houses that I see here. These are more modern. It's pretty cool. I'm very big on scenery. Like I think that helps the route stand out. Just gonna start coming down here. 15, entering the platform. Don't want to come down too much. Acknowledge. Next, I believe we are in Manchester. Heading out to Liverpool. And then after that, it should be Wales. Heading to Cardiff Central. So it's a nice quick one. Leaving from Leeds. In a better version of the Dovetail Games version of this train, which is just straight trash, and I hope I never see it again. I wonder if I can actually take that out. or if it's just tied to certain DLC. I might just substitute it with another version next time. This is Bradford Forster Square. And if you haven't guessed already, the doors are opening on the right. Okay, doors opening on the right. And she barely fits. She barely fits in there. This guy's being a pervert. Look at him. Acting like he's listening to music. He's wondering what club she's going to. Yo, that new Snoop Dogg is the shit. Great work, driver. The train will now reverse and head empty to the IEP depot at Doncaster. As for you, that's all for now. Great, because I was done anyway. All right, and we'll hop back into the next scenario. I did not SPAD. What is this nonsense they're talking about? Were you guys watching the same one as me? Did I pass a light? Am I bugging out? I didn't pass a light, did I? Also, why didn't I get credit for this one? Whatever. All right, we're hopping in the chat, Moss. I know I did, and I'm gonna actually watch the video later tomorrow anyway. I'm not doing it tonight. And confirm I did not SPAD. It's nonsense. The train didn't even fit on that platform. I'm getting upset about a damn video game. Moving on. We're in Manchester, heading out to Liverpool. And then our final run tonight will be Bristol Parkway to Cardiff. As we check out the uptime. That's a good number. Yesterday was over 4 hours, so that's a good number. Thank you, Streamlabs. Oh, this one? I love this backdrop. I love it. Oh, don't want that. I also have this one. It's not bad either, but I think the other one is better. I mean, it looks cool. I just my only issue is I wish the chair was white if I would have used this a lot more. But then it's like I can't drive in this one because it's a passenger. That's why I like the other one better. That's why I like this one better. Good evening, driver. Please set up and open the doors ready for departure. Dispatch from Manchester is set up correctly today. That's great because if it wasn't, I would call you out. All right, so let's put the master key in. Acknowledge the alarm. Acknowledge
TPWS and
BWS.
AWS operational.
We have a red, so we'll leave that alone. Let's hop out and fix our headlights. This is actually my favorite version of this train. No, I agree, St. Clair. I like this one better, especially if I'm supposed to be the driver. I should have the driver's background. That's just how I feel. I mean, the other one looks cool, but like I'm looking at it on the other monitor, it looks cool. It just as the train's moving, the windows you still see the same actual objects, so it doesn't look like I'm really moving. I think this one just looks a little more realistic for how I'm using it anyway. I didn't get the doors open, did I? There we go. This is actually one of my favorite locos. One of them. As everybody knows how I feel about the Pendo. All right, let's see what you're talking about. Hey, so I'm gonna be late for work today. Do you think I can borrow $20 to get a coffee and a sandwich? Well, I don't know. I'm gonna be late as well. But I love this green uniform I have on. It matches with the stairs. Great. So let's both look at our watches and not get on the train. Yeah, let's just keep looking at our watches. Wait, do you even have a watch on, bro? You just looking at the hair on your arm? Yeah, let's look at the hair on the arm. Now let's see. Do you have a watch on? Oh, you can't see yours either. It's all bullshit. Oh God, the things I do to keep myself entertained. How about you? Oh, we're gonna look at our watch too. All right. Is my destination right? Yes, my destination is okay. I'm gonna set up for a flyaway. I'll come on the other side. There we go. All right, doors are closing. Let me get my big ass head off the screen. Two for the guard. Let me take the DRA off before I forget. Let me put the vigilance on. All right, vigilance is on. And applying power. Losing the HUD. What's my speed here? 25. The colors just look so good on this unit. $319. You guys waiting for me to leave? Nope. Just sitting there. All right, next stop is Newton Le Willows. I was thinking about doing or using the TPE merge, but we've seen Leeds twice today. I didn't want to go from Leeds to Liverpool. That would have been a third DLC where we were in Leeds. And also Manchester to Liverpool is a lot more closer than Leeds, so it kind of knocks off some of the time there. Might even be a half an hour. Yeah, and that's also what I mean about the Sims on this game. They're so outdated, man. Like when we were on the Harrogate Loop DLC, those were new Sims. Like they were taking pictures and everything. Why can't we just update the Sims for the DLCs? Like, I mean, is it that hard? That's probably the easier thing to do than upgrading a whole route. I would assume anyway. But it's not like Dovetail Care, so. And also this route, my sky was broken when I looked at it earlier. So I don't normally do clear sky. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. But I had to for this one because AP was not working. So I went with the clear sky. That sun actually looks pretty good. I like this version of the clear sky right now. But instead of talking, I'm gonna put some power into this. We get up to 75, going full beans here. As we head down to Chat Moss. I was thinking of doing the Manchester Victoria to Preston route, but I've streamed that recently, so I made this as my final choice. And I actually do like this route, so. And Quartz, this is an Alan Thompson route. It's pretty good. I like this route. So I'll give you a list of all the key things to look for, like good routes that I feel are good to drive. Does it require other DLCs? I am not sure about that. I can actually look that up right now. Oops. Sucks when you have two keyboards in front of you. We'll give it a little more power here. Alan Thompson. Chat Moss. Maybe a little expensive for you. Right now it's 22 pounds. But that's without without the subscription. Let me see how much it is if you subscribe. It'd probably be like 18, maybe. Back off on the power. I think it's cool driving right into the sunset. With the subscription, it is 11.24. So that's a big difference. That's half the price basically. So it does pay to be subscribed to his stuff. So basically half the price. As far as dependencies, let's take a look. Route requirements dovetails Liverpool to Manchester, and Alan Thompson's overhead. You need his overhead pack, so you gotta purchase the catenaries. That's about it. You don't need anything else. Everything else is optional. Let's see how much the Liverpool. Ugh, not worth it. I would catch that on a sale. Right now, that's 20 American dollars. It's not worth it. Let me hop back into the game here. Drop it down to 60. I actually like that shot. All right, getting back up to 75. and getting up to 90. She even sounds different than the 805 at speed. I just love everything about this trans-pennine version of this Hitachi 800 series. This is clearly my favorite version of this train. I do wish it had the horn from the Azuma, because that horn just sounds so beefy to me. But other than that, I like this version of this train. And why is that on? Cap light. Alright, a little over 3 miles to Newton Le Willows. As we head to Liverpool. Oh, Plum's gonna be mad at me. Just under 2 miles to Newton Le Willows. You just want to casually descent. Like, you don't want a hard brake coming into a station. You have to think about, you have passengers in the background and they're gonna be jostling around if you're like, hitting hard brakes. So although this is a game, I still want it to be somewhat realistic. Am I even gonna fit on this platform? Or am I gonna be hanging off? I guess we'll find out. Ugh. What's up with these short platforms? Doors opening on the left. I want to see how bad this is. Ugh. Like, I can't do anything about that. I can't do anything about that. So we have one more run left after this. A quick run from Bristol Parkway to Cardiff Central. And that will be the end of the pop-up stream. I'm pretty sure I just missed that. Vigilance. All right, doors are closing. Two for the guard. I'm still gonna set up. We'll just come over here. Lee Green is next. Followed by Liverpool. Just over 3 miles to Lee Green. I'm just glad this isn't a night run. I really don't understand why they can't make the night runs look a little bit better. Or just add more light to the headlights. Like make it a little more brighter. This is Lee Green. Doors should be opening on the left. Now the question is, will I fit on the track on the platform? I'm just curious, would this train actually stop at these stops regularly? Let's see if that works. Yeah, I'm still on the platform on that side. Let's take a look. A little bit off. I probably could have came up a little more. But I guess I could have fit. The only issue is the stop marker. No, I couldn't have fit. Look, this is off. It's off the platform. Yeah, there's no way. And it says TPE too, so it's probably for a 185. I don't know why we're stopping here. This isn't my scenario. Next stop is Liverpool Lime Street. I guess we're going to 1 o'clock again tonight. 2 for the guard. And applying power. At least tonight we got 5 runs in. Really 4 runs, plus the one that I wanted to do last night that I didn't get a chance to do, is going to be our final run for tonight. So I call that a win-win. Considering I don't go to sleep till 2 o'clock anyway. It's not that bad. But this will conclude our pop-up live streams. Because once my girl comes back, I can't do this shit every day. Right now, my girl's out of the country, so I do what I want. Can't hold me down. I talk that shit now, but when she comes back, I'll be quiet again. Liverpool Live Street is next. just under 10 miles. And again, there were no expectations for tonight or even yesterday. It was all unplanned, but at least today I was able to fix it up a little bit nicer. Got a little rundown going. I was able to get some good scenarios in here, aside from playing with that shitty dovetail version of the Hitachi. Uh, I've actually had fun. I wish I could just take that off. I don't know if it's connected to one of my DLCs though. Right. I'm actually just doing some work here. Let me change a couple things. Where are you? Right there. Okay, save that. And let's see if it works. That did not work. That did not work. Why didn't that save? It is saved. I don't know why it didn't work. It did not save. Oh, because I put it on the wrong one. Okay. Oops, drop it down to 75 here. Now, I do like this, I have this Alan Thompson billboards download. It kind of puts real billboards in. I'm not sure if it does it on every route, but it looks like I'm seeing it on multiple routes here. Well, this is an Alan Thompson route, so that's why I'm seeing it on this route. I think that's probably the coolest thing out of any of the DLCs that I have downloaded ever. Being able to see like actual McDonald's signs and stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. like Tesco signs. Just over 3 miles to Liverpool Lime Street. I'm not spamming, I'm just testing this. Ah, now it's working. There we go. There we go. Now it's correct. Thank you, Streamlabs. On approach to Liverpool Lime Street. Yeah, I think it's cool. What the hell is this? What is that? That looks pretty cool. What is that? Hopper 1? I've never seen this before, ever. It looks pretty cool. Carrying sustainable biomass for cost-effective renewable power. It's pretty cool. What's pulling it? Actually, let me hop in before I get in trouble here. Passing the magnet. Acknowledge. Double yellow here. Got a single yellow coming up. Dropping down to 25 as we approach Liverpool Lime Street. Possible red down there. Not possible, definite red. And it's now yellow. Clear to platform 3. Welcome to Liverpool. Doors are opening on the left. Please mind the gap when exiting the train. This station's actually really cool. I like this station in real life. Although it's really busy in this station, you can't tell that from this. Look at this. You can't tell that at all. Wow, it just get bright out there. Thank you, driver. This unit will now work back to Newcastle for the last run northeast for the day. I'm on the wrong mouse. There we go. Okay, and that was the Chat Moss version of our Hitachi 800 series in the Transpennine Express unit. We have one more left. And I'm hoping it'll be a quickie. It's not going to be that quick, but it is what it is. And we will hop into it now. It says here 55 minutes. So let's actually get it started. uh, Percy. I really hate seeing this map now. This image is just ugly. Ugly personified. I'm hoping this works. Can't believe we're still waiting. Oh, great. It's a snow scenario. Good morning, driver. After an unexpected dusting of snow over most of the UK last night, you joined IBO6 London Paddington to Cardiff Central service here at Bristol Parkway. You'll be continuing on to Cardiff before taking the set down to the Brickyard. Along the way, we'll call at Newport, Cardiff Central. 802 102 is your set for the journey. Open the doors to begin. That is a mouthful. Let's hop back into the cab. As usual, cancel the alarm. TBWS, AWS, operational.
and AWS operational.
Looks like we have the green. Getting the doors open. There we go. Let's check on our headers. don't know why these are always so close to the damn front of it. Alright, headlights are good. We'll put you back here. Destination looks good. She looks cold, but still looks like she's going out. Still no one in the fucking passenger cab. We'll get this switched over here. We got a little time. Let's see if I'm missing anything in the briefing. Bristol Parkway, 9:31 to 9:34. So we got about a minute and a half before departure. We're expected in Newport at 9:55. Departing at 9:57. And then we're in Cardiff at 10:10. That doesn't sound like 55 minutes. And then we're in Cardiff Central. Pardon me. 10 plus 20. I don't know what that means. And then we're back, taking it back to the Brickyard. I mean, I was thinking about cutting this off once we get to Cardiff Central, but it's not that much more. Might as well finish it. Only because I'm starting to get tired, but I can manage. We can finish this. Oh, look, this one has a coffee. I'm gonna mess with her a little bit. Let's see. What are you drinking? It's hot out here for a pimp. That's why I drink this coffee to keep me warm. It's cold. Let's see what this guy has to say. Why are the doors not open? Yeah, these doors are definitely not open. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. This guy's color scheme's off. He's got 4 different colors. Not even gonna touch that one. I'm gonna set up for a flyway after bothering the Sims. There we go. I'll post up right here. A little artsy. 2 for the guard. Applying power. Yes, DRA is off. Vigilance is on. HUD is off. We get up to 60 here. Neutral zone coming up. Newport is next in 21 miles. On a snowy day in Wales. Sorry, Plums. All right, and we can get up to 90 in a second. This is my first snow scenario in a while. It's definitely been a while since I've done one of these. I've just been so involved with the haze and the mist factor that I almost forgot that snow was even an option. But this doesn't look too bad. As we have a giant downhill gradient here of 1.90. I'm actually going to back off on some of this power. Put it down to like 80 and just let it naturally coast to a higher speed. That's actually not a bad shot. I do like the distant scenery down there. As we approach a neutral zone. Drop it down to 75 in a minute. Is this the Severn Tunnel? I almost feel like I should turn my lights off just to make it look like I'm still in the cab of this actual train. I think that would be interesting. I wonder what happens if I do this. Is that... Yeah, it looks too freaky. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it on. "13 miles to Newport." Add a little more power here. Uphill gradient 1.90. Just under 12 miles. Line speed drops down to 70. Not too sure what just passed us. As we start to depart what I believe is the Severn Tunnel. Speed increases to 75 here. Just over 9 miles to Newport. Full beans. All right, drop it down to 40 here as we approach Newport. Less than 2 miles to Newport. dropping down to 30 as we enter Newport Platform 2. Doors should be opening on the right. Yeah, snow. Last scenario of the night. And we get snow. This is Newport. This is another one of those weird looking platforms. Cool, but weird. And I can't read the Welsh name that they have on there. But this is Newport. Please mind a gap when exiting the train. Why are my doors not opening? What is going on here? I don't think we've seen that guy today. I'm going to post up here and actually watch the train leave from this angle. For once. Oh, 170. Nice. I didn't realize they came over here. I was expecting some TFW trains. Alright, doors are closing. We'll get the HUD off. 2 for the guard, but you don't hear it. Applying power. Not applying power because the vigilance went off. All right, I had to scrap that. We'll just hop out and get another shot while we're moving, heading towards Cardiff. All right, we can get up to 50 in a minute. As soon as the back clears this signal. All right, applying some power as we head to Cardiff Central. And just over 11 miles away. Oops. Speeding a little bit. I don't know how I feel about the snow. I don't think it looks bad, but it's not like overly impressing me. I don't think I like it enough to make a scenario with it. All right, full beans here. We can get up to 75 for now. 10 miles to Cardiff Central. We'll see how it looks when I hop out and actually get a flyby. I was waiting for that. And we can hop out now. Make sure I get nice and ahead of this thing. We could off of the power station. How about that? I don't think I have any snow pictures. Actually, I want to hop out again. All right, I'm done with that. Five miles to Cardiff Central. We'll be actually dropping down to 75 here. Why is that so bright? Just under 3 miles to Cardiff Central. All right, we'll be dropping down to 15 here on approach to Cardiff Central. Get a slight braking here. Double yellow. Looks like we have some traffic entering Cardiff. DRA is on. Let's see what's holding us up. I'm assuming that guy is what we were waiting for. And now that we have the yellow, DRA's off. Applying power. This is Cardiff Central. Doors opening on the right. Please mind the gap when leaving the train. I quite enjoyed all the runs that we've done tonight. Although I am extremely tired right now, I had loads of fun these past couple of days. All right, doors opening on the right. DRA is on. Seriously? Sitting here at a 1021? That's ridiculous. I'm actually going to run to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Can't believe they got us sitting here for 10 minutes and no traffic. It's crazy. Oh, that is crazy. I would never do that to any one of my scenarios. I would at least keep it entertaining. Give me some trains or something. Something. That's crazy. That's unheard of. I've never seen that before. And I would hate to just leave the scenario when it's just about finished. Don't they know it's after 1 o'clock in the morning? It's crazy. Sitting for 10 minutes and no one on the platform. Oh, I got milk bottles. We have milk bottles. Means I'm missing something. Let's take a look at the stadium. We can't see inside it. Boo. Why does the water look yellow? It's like piss yellow. All right, looks like we can actually move now. Awesome. Let's get that off the screen. Let's take a quick pick. Hop back in the cab because I'm pretty sure the vigilance went off and I want to make sure that this is working. Don't remind me. I should be sleeping or going to sleep. It's nothing like putting in half the time of working, playing video games after you get off of work. But it is what it is. And we are about at the end of this run. So it is all good. Looks like we have a red up here, but I think we're stopping up here anyway. I just don't get why would you add this extra stop at a light when you could have just ended it on the platform? It just seems weird. I don't. It seems really weird. Is this my red? It's just really weird. This was a very weird ending. Glad we did this last. This would have messed up my whole thought process of things. All right, looks like we're stopping here. I have no words. I have no words for the ending ending of this scenario. I'm just glad it didn't say incomplete because I would have been PISS. On time into Cardiff and on time into the Brickyard. Quick brew before taking the set back into the station. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. My cat messing up my green screen. Uh, I mean, it was enjoyable until I had to sit there for 10 minutes. But let's actually jump into the rundown before we get up out of here. So today was a day full of Hitachi runs, 800 series. The first one, we left from Leeds to York off the Harrogate line, Harrogate Loop line, DLC. The second one was a test train from Old Oak Common to Paddington to Harlington and Hayes back to Old Oak Common off of the shittiest version of this Hitachi series, the DTG one. You could tell the difference right away in the difference of the trains from the Armstrong Powerhouse version. And that was off the Western Main Lines. Then we hopped into the quick drive scenario and we did a run from Rugby to Stafford off of the Trent Valley DLC. Then we hopped into the Leeds and Bradford Forster Square, which was in the Azuma, and that was on the Leeds Northwest DLC, the Max Tracks version. Pretty good. And then we hopped into Manchester Victoria, heading out to Liverpool Lime Street. We did a lot today. I will say that much. And that was off the Chat Moss DLC, Alan Thompson. And finally, and I do mean finally, after making us sit for 10 minutes, actually didn't go from Bristol Parkway. Did we go from Bristol Parkway? I don't think we did. Uh, I actually don't remember. It was so long ago now. Bristol Parkway to Cardiff Central, and then we did a weird turn to end the scenario hanging at a light. For some reason, I don't know why it ended there. I would have just ended it on the Cardiff Central. If you're gonna make me wait for 10 minutes, you could have just ended it on the platform. Honestly, in my opinion, that would have been a better move to do. Um, rather than us doing what we did. But it is what it is. It's over, and that's about it. So that will actually wrap up this quick pop up series. I definitely am not doing this tomorrow night. I need some sleep. 2 nights in a row is not the greatest. So, with that being said, I will actually say goodnight to you guys. And if you want to join my next stream, it'll be Sunday. I already have a time planned out. It should be on my page as well. You could just bounce over there and take a look at it. Other than that, I had a good run. It's always good to talk to you guys. And I want to thank all of you guys for popping in and actually spending time with me when I gave you no notice. So with that, I want to say take care. I'll see you later.